It is now 7 o'clock.
Okay, I will call to order this City Council Committee of the Whole meeting. Before I ask the clerk to call the roll, I just want to let the public know that the public hearing involving the Prairie Winds annexation agreement has been canceled. If the members of the public would still like to comment about the Prairie Winds agreement, you can do so during public comment during this meeting. So with that, will the clerk please call the roll?
Okay, Ms. Wu, Mr. Evans.
Here.
Ms. Hersey,
Here.
Ms. Colasetti,
Here.
Ms. Bishop,
Here.
Ms. Wilkin,
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Marlin.
Here.
Okay, Kat Trotter, you've got your hand up. Did you want to say something real quick or?
Yeah, just for clarification purposes, the Prairie Winds annexation agreement amendment, can that item be continued, not canceled specifically? It has been advertised. The annexation agreement amendment has to be advertised through legal ad, neighbor notification, through notice and sign, as well as certified mailing. And if we can continue the public hearing, those notifications can be continued as well. If the meeting is canceled altogether, then we'll have to re-advertise. There will likely be re-advertising going on anyway, but if the meeting is continued, it simplifies that process a little bit.
Okay, do we need a vote for the continuation?
That is a good question.
If you're going to continue it, you need to continue it to a time certain. You can't just leave it there and not know when it's coming back.
Okay, in that case, let's cancel and we'll plan to re-advertise.
Okay, thank you. So next is approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. I note that we have two meetings that we're approving. Do we do this one at a time or can we do them both at the same time?
You can do them both at the same time. You just need to state the dates.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve the minutes for May 17th, 2021 and September 7th, 2021.
Move to approve the minutes.
Okay, second?
A second.
All right, thank you, Chandra. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Oops, I have a question discussion thing.
Okay, Grace, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering why we're getting these now, and I don't know, they look a little different, and I was just wondering, I thought this was like incorrect when it was in my packet. So I was just wondering if you could explain a little bit more about what this is and why it's here now.
Okay, that's minutes that I had that I should have gotten done a long time ago, but I did not. So they're in your packet now, and that's the way I do my minutes when I do them. Everybody else is doing it the way Charlie had said when he was here. So they're still good minutes and they're still need to be approved. It's just that, you know, that's just the style of whomever it is that is doing the minutes. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I was going to also just comment that I appreciate some of the detail. We talked about that sometime in the past few weeks about having a little more information on the discussion. And I was just going to say that I appreciate that both of these look like they have a little more discussion in them. So just wanted to say thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, now are we ready to call the roll?
Yeah. Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Ms. Colasetti,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Are there any additions to the agenda, Mayor Marlin?
Yes, I have a I have a couple. One is I would request that we add a proclamation for Pride Week as item 5B. And then just a note that items number 8, which is the ordinance related to the annexation agreement in Prairie Winds, and items number 9 are both pulled from this meeting agenda, and they will be rescheduled to a date to be determined, both at the request of the parties involved.
Right, thank you. Okay, so I guess that takes us to voting to go to closed session about the ASME collective bargaining negotiations. Do I have a motion to go to closed session and a second?
So moved.
Thank you, Jaya. Anyone? Second?
I'll second.
You'll need to
Isn't there a
state-
specific statement that has to be
Yes.
read?
To go into closed session for the review of the AFSCME collective bargaining negotiations per 5 ILCS 120/2C2.
Second.
Mayor Marlin. Your hand was up is why I was asking. Okay. All right. So can the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Colacetti,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Yes.
Ms.
Ellis?
Wilkin.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Ms. Wilkin,
Yes.
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Mayor Marlin.
Yes.
Okay, we will leave this meeting, go to your email and get the closed session Zoom address, and we'll see you there.
I was hoping to ask the chair if we could do public input and then the presentation since they're on the same agenda item. Just didn't know if we could have input from the clerk or anyone, if that was acceptable request, or let me know if it's not.
Okay, yeah, Phyllis, do you know, it is kind of, we've got the gun violence investigation tools presentation, we've got a Pride Week proclamation, and we've got public input kind of running at the same time here. Which can we do first?
I need to come back to open session first.
Oh, yeah, okay, let's do that. All right, so do we have a motion to go to open session?
I
I'll
move
move
that
it.
we, sorry, go ahead, Chandra.
Who's going?
Okay.
Oh, I was moving to go back to open session.
Okay. Second by Mary Alice? Okay. Will the clerk call the roll?
Okay, Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Ms. Colacetti,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop.
Yes.
Okay, so the question, Phyllis, is can we do public input first before these, the presentation and the proclamation?
Yeah, you can if you want to, but you need to see how long it's going to make your staff have to stay here to go through all of the public input, and how do they know that through the presentation there might be something that could answer their question if they went through the presentation first. But it's you guys meeting, and if you choose to let the public speak first, then that's your choice.
How do we resolve, do we make a motion to have public input first and then have a vote on it?
You can call it. You're the chair.
That's true. Okay. Do I have a motion to do public input first?
Be honest, you don't need a motion. You can just call for it.
Oh, I can just call for it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Grace, I was thinking we'd knock out the presentation and the proclamation real quick, but what do you think?
I see the rationale for both and letting the public ask questions after the presentation if they have any. But I do know we had some people who were expecting to speak, and we've been in closed session for a while. I'm not sure how long the presentation will go or public input. So sorry to put you in that decision now, but I see both ways. I just think, we don't want to keep staff waiting, and we also don't want to keep the public waiting, and we don't know how long the presentation is either.
Charisse?
I suggest we do the presentations and such first, in the event that some of the questions may be very well answered. And if there are questions, the public is free to ask afterwards, after those, if they still, if they still need to. I don't see a problem with that. We're all here in the meeting. So.
Anybody else want to make a comment? James? Okay. All right, well, I'm going to just make a decision here, folks. I'd like to do the presentations and the proclamation first, Grace. So with that, there is a gun violence investigation tools presentation. And Carol Mitten, did you want to introduce this?
Actually, the mayor is going to go first.
Okay.
I'll introduce and then turn it over to staff. Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to state categorically, we have a gun violence crisis in Urbana-Champaign. Over the past few years, there's been a significant increase in shootings, injuries, and deaths associated with gun violence. We have more powerful weapons on the street. They're capable of firing more bullets in a shorter period of time. Some people recently have been willing to shoot indiscriminately into homes, into cars, into public gatherings. Shots have been fired in parking lots and on the streets, basically endangering innocent people and traumatizing entire neighborhoods. I recognize and celebrate the many individuals and organizations who have joined with the cities to address community violence in many different ways. And we all know that the long-term solutions have to focus on root causes, and there are many people working on that already. And we'll hear from First Followers later tonight, and I appreciate their efforts in that regard as well. But right now, we also have to focus on short-term steps to address this emergency. And it is an emergency. And I think we have to explore every reasonable tool in the short term that can help disrupt this escalating pattern of retaliatory shootings. So we're going to need assistance from state and federal partners to do things like reduce illegal gun trafficking, sale of aftermarket devices that people are using to convert pistols to fire like machine guns. We need to strategically deploy new technology that will help us identify shooters and solve crimes. And that's what you're going to hear about later tonight. We remember a couple of months ago, we received petitions signed by hundreds of residents in the Dr. Ellis subdivision and beyond, asking us for cameras to be placed in their neighborhood. That's another type of technology that people are employing. And we also are going to need help in the investigations. Our detectives, our patrol officers are just buried under the burden of trying to resolve these crimes. So what you have tonight is a presentation on automatic license plate readers, or LPRs. I strongly believe that adding this technology to our toolbox can help us identify shooters and solve some of these crimes. Is it going to end all gun violence? No, there's no one thing that will end gun violence in our community. But based on the experience of other communities using LPRs, I believe that this type of technology can help bring justice to families that have been devastated by violence. It's going to help us identify people involved in the shootings, as well as in other crimes. And it will help us hold them accountable for the damage that they're causing. And this is one step toward restoring peace to our neighborhoods. And I believe that's our responsibility as well. So I'll turn this over to Carol Mitten. She'll be joined by Chief Seraphin and I believe Deputy Chief Searles from the police department, and then Dan Murdoch from Flock Safety. Thanks.
So I would ask that Jason put up the slide deck that we have right now.
And you can go to the third slide.
Yes. So I think everyone's pretty familiar, and certainly the mayor touched on it, that, you know, we're having we are experiencing an increasing pace of escalating number of shootings. And here you see a slide that shows what we're on pace for. We've already exceeded last year, and we're only 3/4 of the way through 2021. If we stay on pace, we will have 120 shooting events in 2021, but the time between shootings has actually been shortening. So we'll probably, if that pace continues, we'll be over that, which would be more than double what we experienced in the past. So these next few slides don't want you to focus on anything other than the shape of the curve. So this first graph is Urbana confirmed rounds fired. The next is people wounded in Urbana. I'm sorry, can we back that up? I skipped one. Let me go back. Okay, first is Urbana shooting incidents. Thanks, Jason. Next is Urbana confirmed rounds fired. Next is people wounded in Urbana. And then finally is the CU metro area shootings. And the numbers are pretty upsetting, but also the shape of the curve, which is it's increasing, and it's increasing at an exponential rate, which is what has led to the mayor calling this an emergency that needs to be disrupted. So one of the things we're experiencing is that there are more rounds being fired. And the reason for that, you can go to the next slide, is that there's something called an aftermarket selector switch, which takes extended magazines and makes the guns fire like machine guns. They can fire, these guns, once they've been altered, can fire 30 or more bullets in less than 2 seconds. And that is leading to deadlier outcomes in 2021 year to date. You can go to the next slide. So according to our records, we have 644 confirmed rounds fired. And as the slide says, the actual number is higher because we're not able to confirm all of the rounds that are fired. We don't retrieve all the shell casings, for instance. So that's what we are able to confirm. 29 people have been shot in Urbana, and 6 of those people have been killed. 23 of those people have been wounded. This is a direct result of these guns that behave like machine guns. And next slide, the indiscriminate shooting endangers innocent people. We have experienced drive-by shootings. We've experienced shooting at occupied houses. People have been killed in their house, shootings in public places, and sustained gun battles with multiple weapons. If that's not an emergency, I don't know what is. Brian's going to take the next few slides and talk about what the challenge is for the police in this regard.
So good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here and for listening tonight. This slide talks about puzzles, pieces, and trying to determine what happened. One of the things that many of the officers here and even some of you council members might have heard me talk about already is what I like to call the 4 building block speech. And I shamelessly stole this from an instructor at the University of Louisville, Charles Hemp, who taught in their Southern Police Institute. And he talked about the puzzle pieces that we have, and he described them as 4 building blocks. And he would talk about, listen, we have only so many ways to make cases. We can get statements from victims, we can get statements from witnesses, we can get statements from suspects. And then the 4th and final block is the crime scene and the physical evidence, those kinds of things. And it's all of those pieces together that allows us to solve the case. And sometimes we can solve it, and we have an idea, we might think we know who did it, and then of course we have to prove it. And that sometimes is where this can get tricky for us, in that we want to build solid cases. We want to do good police work. Next slide, please. So some of the challenges when it comes to even the gun crimes that we're experiencing, we'll see a lot of flight right away, mostly in vehicles. And in these particular instances, there's a lot of distance between the participants. So again, with the vehicles being primarily the primary mode to get in and out, that's a piece that's very important, and we'll get to that a little bit later. Witnesses will do their best, but sometimes they're not always 100% right, or they only remember a piece of information. And while someone might know, well, it was a white Toyota, and the license plate started with the letter A, that's a good start, but we might need to try to solve more. And then, of course, an issue that we've dealt with has to do with reluctance amongst witnesses, amongst victims to cooperate. While someone might cooperate initially, they might also decide not to later, or change. And so because of those reasons, we're looking for another tool. And so we'll go to the next slide, and Carol will take over on this one, I think.
So we tried to consider all of our options, and this is just a high level slide. We thought about personnel. We could use, to combat this problem. We could use more officers on the street. We could use more investigators. We could use more civilian personnel to help on the analytics side. And then there's a menu of technology options. Some of them are surveillance cameras. We could use surveillance cameras that people can see or that people can't see. We could have them be fixed. Some of them you can move around on trailers. Automatic license plate readers that we're going to be talking more about in a minute is an option. And then there's a whole variety of different strategies that revolve around intelligence-led policing programs and software. Next slide. So in assessing those options that I just mentioned, these are the things that we kept in mind. First is that there's a sentiment that among members of the public and members of this council that they don't want to expand the police force. And in addition to that, recruiting right now is especially challenging. We wanted to keep in mind that there are concerns that police officers can be biased And so that was also something that we were mindful of and looking for options that maybe would reduce or eliminate that concern. We wanted to leverage investments by other agencies if there were opportunities to do that. Because this is an emergency and we need to disrupt behaviors now, we wanted something that had a certain speed of being implemented, and we also wanted something that was effective. So, the mayor mentioned that we had heard from Sharice and Linda Turnbull and the folks from Dr. Ellis that they were very interested in surveillance cameras. And we considered that, but then there was just kind of happenstance, but a wonderful happenstance. The mayor and I were up in Rantoul for something completely unrelated, and we were having lunch with the village administrator, Scott Eisenhower, and he told us about a tool that they have used to great effect, and you'll hear a specific episode about that will relate to you in a few minutes. But that led to us thinking about very seriously about automatic license plate readers. And Bryant's going to explain to you before we give you describe this particular episode that happened in Rantoul. He's going to explain to you what exactly we're talking about.
Thank you. When we heard from the community earlier this, I guess, summer, maybe late spring, with regards to cameras, and there was some discussion about we could put cameras here and other cameras and things that would tilt or pan or zoom. And one of the things that I want to make clear when it comes to LPRs is you might hear them called cameras. It's a license plate reader, and I guess the lingo is LPR. Those are taking quick snapshots that will in real time parse out the data from the license plate and actually run that plate. And there'll be enough of the back end, usually of the vehicle, that you could even articulate the make and the model and the color. This is an automatic process. So that, and I think that's on the slide here, that this is the automatic license plate reader. It will capture this information, and then it will run it and compare it against the database. The Illinois, with the Secretary of State and those and other different hot files, and we'll go into that in a little bit. But there's not human involvement. These are just, it's automatically done wherever these cameras are set, and that capture and that checking and then that dissemination of the information is done within a matter of a few seconds. And as you can see here on the next slide, because Jason is that good, we'll get the state, the type, the temporary plates, vehicle make, model, and color. And a matter of fact, I think the next slide, you'll see just sort of a quick example of what we're talking about. That's sort of what you would see as an image capture from the LPR. Back end of the vehicle, including then obviously the color and the color, the make, and the model. Jason, let's move forward to the installation types. Sometimes we wanted to show simply what they are. They're not, they're relatively, they're not giant cameras in any way, shape, or form. There's different styles for installing, and those vary depending on the characteristics of the installation location. So if we wanted to put it on an existing pole, there's a way to do that. There's a couple of ways. We can hardwire the electric. They could use solar. As a matter of fact, the last photo on your left is a commercial pole from the company Flock, and that one's done with the solar as well. Power, and then of course it's cellular technology. LTE is what it uses to transmit, and so there aren't wires and cords or those kinds of things. Next slide, please. One of the things when it comes to how will we use this information, and that's one of the biggest questions. And essentially, it's before or after. So there will be a hot list of plates that can be tagged. So for instance, amber alerts with missing children. There's also silver alerts for missing elderly. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, we could have that tied in. Stolen vehicles that were wanted in a shooting. Somebody that had committed a hit and run, and we knew that, hey, this particular car was involved in the hit and run, and we can't find it. We can put that into the hot list. And if that car were to drive by one of those particular cameras or LPRs, we would be notified. The officers would be notified. The other way is after. And so in the example that I gave earlier, if we had a Toyota we were looking for and we only had the first letter of the license plate, we could search for suspect vehicles after an event to see, okay, can we see over the last week all of the white Toyotas whose license plates start with A? And those are the kinds of tools that the types of things that we could do. Next slide, please. I don't ever want to, this is interesting because I think this is one of the values of Flock here, that LPRs are in other communities. Rantoul has had theirs for a couple of months, at least locally here. I know that Decatur has them, Joliet has them, Naperville has them, Peoria. And so those are the kinds of networking, and we talk about leveraging that we can do with this. And there's another slide later with a little more of a local flair with regards to the community. So we'll get to that when we cover it. But beyond even this broad section of the state of Illinois, we'll go in a little bit more about the detail about what's actually happening here in Champaign County with these same efforts. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dan Murdoch of Flock. I think he's got an anecdote to help drive the point home as to how valuable this can be. And so, if Dan, are you on there somewhere, my friend?
I am here.
All right, very good. Go right ahead, sir.
Well, first of all, I really appreciate everyone taking the time to learn a little bit more about license plate readers and having me on here today. As the chief said, Rantoul did move forward with Flock in June of this year. At the beginning of August, they had a very successful incident using these cameras. There was a shooting kind of over by Veterans Parkway, and one of Rantoul's 12 cameras is on Veterans Parkway. The shooting occurred at 11:46. They had an officer on the scene by 11:49, and a witness right there told them there was a small white car. That officer radioed back to the station and told the detective that it was a small white car. And the detective pulled up the Flock cameras and searched for white cars. There was only one vehicle that fit the description in the area of the shooting at the time. And they got a picture of the plate and create a hot list alert with that plate. So what a hot list does is if another camera sees that license plate, it will within 10 seconds send out a notification as a text message, email. We can put it right in the CAD system or send it to dispatch. The Champaign County Sheriff's Department is also integrated into the system. And when the detective was able to get that plate into the system before that vehicle exited Rantoul, they were leaving over to get on the highway over by the Arby's over there. They passed another camera. That hot alert went out, letting them know that there was the car was fleeing to the highway. A sheriff's deputy that was already on the freeway, I think he was doing ticketing at the time, was alerted, saw the car pass on the highway. He got behind it. A chase ensued. The car ended up bailing out. Four suspects got out. Actually tried to steal another car, ended up on the Urbana Country Club. And I believe all four of them were arrested on the third hole. And from shooting to arrest, I believe took 14 minutes. Now, what's important about that is they were able to take these shooters off the streets, but also there were no retaliation shootings from this because they basically were able to end that cycle of violence at that event at that time. And that's just one of the many examples across the state of departments being able to effectively utilize the cameras in real time and post fact to solve violent crimes in the area. Does anyone have any questions about that event?
Dan, yeah, we'll ask you to hang tight and we'll
Yep.
probably circle back to you here in just a second. Next slide, please, Jason. So with regards to YFlock as the provider for this, they had in some of their materials, they've got nationwide 1,000 agencies and 1,400 different cities, but in Illinois, it's 40 plus right now. But to sort of drill down a little bit to our particular area here, I know that the Sheriff's Department is moving towards this system. I know that the city of Champaign is exploring this system. It's my understanding that the procurement process is already underway by the University of Illinois Police Department. And as you already heard, the system has been purchased, installed, and being used successfully in Rantoul. We talk about the different agencies being able to be on this system because then we can share data and we can share results from other cameras throughout the county and even beyond. So if indeed we agree to share some of the information with Decatur, we would know that if a car involved in an Urbana event drove into Decatur, we would be able to know, Decatur officers would know that information and then could help us in our investigation. And so with Flock being already established, that allows us to be achieve that interoperability that sometimes we don't always do in law enforcement. It comes up in other technologies where there's radio frequencies and who can talk to whom. This would be a system that would be very good for us with regards to being able to check data around the involved agencies. It is, I would say, it's relatively cost effective when we compared it to an outright purchase of other different cameras that we would install and run wires and manage and those types of things. And there's an annual sort of commitment to this. So we don't necessarily, if we were to use it for a couple of years and for some reason we didn't achieve the results that we wanted, we wouldn't be tied down to this forever with a camera and a trailer system and some other more big ticket items. So I guess we're more renting, if you will, an apartment as opposed to trying to buy a house. So and as a matter of fact, we're going to jump to the next slide, please, Jason. And Dan, if I don't know if you would take a quick look at this, I might have you speak a little bit with regards to the data storage, CGIS cloud servers, and a couple of the bullet points thrown here, if you would, please, sir.
Absolutely. So Flock has worked with groups like the ACLU to design an LPR system that takes considerations that they have into account. Because traditionally, the two biggest aspects of LPR systems that have drawn civil liberty concerns are around the storage of data and then who owns that data when it's collected. So with Flock, every capture that is made is stored on CGIS certified Amazon web servers for 30 days. During those 30 days, your agency will be able to view any of these captures and save any ones that are relevant to an investigation to their own system. But after 30 days, if that image has not been saved, it is purged and it is gone. So this is not an indefinite collection of an indefinite database of passively collected data. So just because you drove by a camera in June in Rantoul, that image is gone. This is not indefinite. And two, Urbana is buying the data from Flock. That is what the purchase is. You're not buying cameras. You're buying the data coming out of the cameras. So the city of Urbana owns the data, not Flock. So there is no reselling of this data to third parties like analytics companies or engineering companies or whatever. That is not Flock's business model because you own the data, not Flock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please, Jason. So, I mean, as he alluded to already, there would build in safeguards for this information. It would be classified as for official use only. We would restrict and audit queries of LPR. So there's an audit trail of who had access to and was using the information, similar to other inquiries officers make now with regards to Secretary of State registration, driver's licenses, those types of queries. There's special training that officers have to go through before using this. And the other thing I wanted to make sure is, and you'll see this, is the verification of the hit before action taken by an officer. So in other words, let's say the LPR were to say, hey, this is license plate ABC 123, and it's really ABD 123. The officers have to verify that indeed there's not a mistake, or there's not any sort of error that might be read by the machine before taking any enforcement action. And then, as Dan's already said, the data is purged after 30 days unless needed for court. So right now, the discussion, as you can see by this slide, how much do they cost? How many do we need? Right now, the renting, if you will, the buying of the data is $2,500 per unit per year. There's an initial installation fee, and then if after 6 months we decide we need to move it, it would be a $250 fee to move that. What I'll say right now with regards to how many is that's a work in progress. We've been exchanging some heat maps and looking at shooting locations, and we are trying to zone in on what we think might be the best way to utilize this resource, and then where we put that initial deployment. Flock Safety has staff members who have been helping with this. That's an ongoing process right now. Next slide, please. And the next slide actually speaks a little bit to this, the violent crime data, where areas are we going to be at. And the cameras, and again, like I said, they can be shifted. So if we put 1 or 2 or 10 in a particular spot, and these cameras 4 and 7 aren't being very useful, well, let's move them to where they can be more useful. So Carol, I think we're getting toward the end here, and I think there's another slide for you.
Yes, thank you. So the council's decision point will be a budget amendment that will be proposed, I think, in 2 weeks. The item, we have a number of accounts that we typically, once we close the previous fiscal year, we will roll money forward in certain accounts. And there is an account in the police department budget that is such an account. And our desire is to roll last year's money forward and use some or all of that and some or all of this year's money to do the initial procurement associated with getting these automatic license plate readers. So that's when you'll see it as a decision point. So that was our presentation for tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions.
I have a question for Dan or one of you. My main question is what I saw on one of the slides was the operability regarding the fact that there are so many other communities that have used the same software or the same hardware too. So my question is there any way at all, let's say that another community close by uses it's a license plate recognizing thing, but it's a different brand. It's like kind of putting a Microsoft with a Mac. Is there still any kind of way that we could get their information from them, even if it's, them sending us a picture and us posting it up or something like that?
Dan, you're muted.
Okay.
My fault. So out of the box, no, there is not. There are other third-party technologies that will take multiple vendors and kind of put them together in like a separate database. But kind of like you said, they're just different operating systems that don't necessarily, I mean, they're doing different things. So what Flock does our reads is using motion capture and then machine learning. So basically it's a glorified trail camera. So if something moves, it takes a bunch of pictures and the machine learning decides what it's looking at. And then basically that image is then run through and it decides what the make, color, and type of vehicle is. And that's just a different way than any other LPR system really works. Basically, all the other LPR systems are using infrared light to hit a metal license plate and then get that number back. And it's just a different way of analyzing and storing data. Plus, some of the other vendors aren't as open about free sharing of data between departments. Most of the other vendors make like Decatur for free, as long as think of like a Facebook friend request. Your department will be able to request Decatur's cameras, and as long as they accept it, your department will be able to utilize those cameras just like they're your own, and vice versa. You can decide whether or not you want to share, but that's all built into the system, and that's free. That is not industry standard. For the most part, part of what a lot of these other business plans are is that the data gets collected. The vendor who collects it owns the data and then resells that data over and over again. Whereas Flock, we share, there is no cost to share it.
So the one thing I would just interject here is the reason why everyone is rallying around Flock is because Rand Tool made the commitment, and we've already seen the success in Rand Tool. And so if we want to leverage their investment in Flock, that's why, Bryant ran down everyone in Champaign County who's considering it. And that's where you sort of really leverage the power of it if you have this network.
Okay. Sharice, did you have more questions?
No, not just right now.
Okay, Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that we're having this conversation. I was hoping you could talk a bit more about the restricted and audited access. Just there have been journal articles that talk about the abuse of this kind of technology with, tracking protesters and journalists, abusive partners. So more so in terms of what the department's plan would be to make sure those protections were in place.
So sure. When it comes to these things, we already have access to a variety of different databases. And so whether that is, again, Secretary of State records, specifically with regards to registration plates for cars, and driver's license, those types of things, we get we have an audit report that we will get from the Secretary of State. And with regards to this is going to be fairly new to know exactly how that will ultimately work with regard to this system. So I can't exactly answer this, but we'll have certain key protections like login names and passwords and whatnot. And then also we'll have that information already recorded as well. So those types of things, we recognize that. We anticipated it, so we'll be working with Flock. We've also looked at a couple other different ways of doing things, how other agencies have done this. So that is a work in progress. But clearly, there will be logins, passwords, and then we'll be able to see where folks are spending their time and resources.
Grace.
Thank you. I guess on that, so I heard you say for protection, there's passwords, logins, and you said and see where it goes or something. I wasn't sure if you could explain more. So protections from preventing abuse within the system and outside of the system too. So how do you protect it from outside hackers, and what would be the protocol for accessing anything? Because it sounds like, this is not just certain images or certain license plates it's capturing, it's taking photos out in public. And it sounds like there's access for anyone with login to access any of it. So I'm wondering, what are the internal and external protections outside of passwords and logins?
So there'll be, like I said, there'll be the audits that we can go with the audits with regards to, and so I'll just say that. And then I might actually throw it to Dan if he has some thoughts of maybe perhaps what some of the other agencies are doing with regards to some of these concerns.
Yeah, so first of all, every capture is stored on CGIS certified Amazon web servers, that is the highest level that on the Amazon cloud from a storage perspective. So we are your data is going into the highest, basically the highest protection that Amazon provides from a hacker perspective. At Flock, every single employee has does double authentication anytime they log into anything. I know because every time I turn on my computer, I got to do it. So we talk about internally constantly that is the biggest threat to our business is us being hacked and having a very bad public relations story around it. So internally, we are very, very focused on that point. As far as there's also audit trails around any search that's made. As a council, you can see who searched for the red van on 5th Street last month. So that's all. Every search is audited and tracked. And as far as the sharing goes, if you are sharing with other departments, you'll also be able to see anytime a vehicle has been searched on one of your cameras as well. Each one of those is audited and tracked as well. Did they answer your question?
Yes, to some extent.
Yeah.
I was wondering, are there like allowable searches? And if there are some things in place, like for our department, who's to say that couldn't be breached from another department? Like, for example, if an officer in another town was potentially like stalking someone or wanted to search certain things, or looking at people going into the women's shelter or immigrant services center, or, kind of, is there a protocol for what are allowable searches? And if so, would that apply to other jurisdictions?
So the Flock is not allowed to be used for immigration purposes. That will get your cameras pulled from your town. That's a hard and fast rule. So no on the immigration services. That we do not share with ICE or anything in that realm at all. That is not a government agency that we share any data with. And then as far as doing a search next to a women's shelter, I mean, it's from a company perspective. There's not really a way for us to identify this camera is next to a women's shelter, so it shouldn't be getting searched. That's much more on the internal controls of the department themselves.
So within the department, are there any allowable or unallowable searches? Like some criticisms were even like bumper stickers. Like, I don't know, maybe you could look up like, proud parent of the school bumper sticker and potentially filter people. Like, are there regulations for what's allowable under certain conditions, or it's just up to whoever has login access can do with or access what they will, as long as it's not legally prohibited by like higher up laws?
Could I just, I want to just clarify a couple things. Dan, it's only reading what the things that Bryant articulated, right? It's only reading the make and model of the car, the color, and the license.
Not model. It's make,
okay,
color, type of vehicle.
Okay.
So those are the things. Those are the filterable items.
Okay.
On there. So like you can't pick out like honor roll student bumper sticker. Like that's it's not like you aren't able to like search by left bumper damage. The machine learning isn't that specific.
Okay, thank you. And then for the queries, would somebody in the department be reviewing just the queries, so that if somebody kept without really understanding why they kept doing searches on a particular location, like to the concern that Grace has about women's shelter or whatever, is that something that would get potentially flagged, and then there would be, like, okay, Sergeant A asks Officer B, why are you doing a search on, do you continually keep searching on that location?
So the answer to that is yes, that can be done. I want to jump back real fast too with regards to the mobile data computers at the terminals in the car. Those two have dual factor authentication on them, and ultimately as all of these things, and this isn't necessarily new. With regards to that's why I kind of was using the Secretary of State's with the database that we use there. This is for official use only. This isn't to check on ex-girlfriends and those kinds of things. So we do have those policy decisions, those orders in place.
One other thing on that, any search that's run, you guys, there's a setting that can be put in place where you put the reason for the search. You're also would be able to search by that. And it would be very easy to pull up a person's record of their searches and be able to see any distinct pattern very, very quickly.
Mary Alice?
Thank you. I started off with 3 questions, but my list has kind of gotten long, so I'll try and make these really quick. Carol and Bryant, this question is for you guys. If you've identified a certain amount of funds that you think would be necessary for the purchase and the installation, does that give us a maximum number of potential purchase, a maximum number that we can purchase?
I think we're still very much in the phase of that we have the flexibility to sort of right size this for Urbana without going crazy. And so I think we've been thinking more in terms of minimums as opposed to maximums at the moment, just because, Bryant, I think, tried to describe that there's sort of an organic quality to right now trying to cite the cameras and follow the data to do that. And we haven't landed on what we think is an optimal number, but within a certain framework, we have sufficient funds.
So have you discussed what the minimum might look like? Round numbers, 10, 5, 20, 30.
I think we're talking about a minimum of 20.
Minimum of 20. Okay. And then this is just more of a comment. I think it would be very beneficial for us as we go through, since this is kind of an annual contract and something that we'll probably see in every single budget, if we had some kind of assessment at the end of the year that says how many times was this service was allowed us to, make an arrest, or at least allow us to identify people that we could talk to about a certain crime. So I would strongly encourage having that in part of the annual report. And then, Brian, do you know what stage Champaign County and Champaign City are in right now? You said that they're in discussions, but do you know where that stands right now?
I don't know exactly. I know that U of I is in the procurement. The sheriff's office, I believe, is getting close to signing, if they have not already. I can't necessarily speak for the sheriff. And I think Champaign perhaps is a little bit behind us, all of us right now. And it looks like the mayor's raising her hand, so maybe she knows more about this.
Just based on what the mayor of Champaign told me, they'll be discussing these in October, I believe early October.
I'm going to the October 5th meeting, so I know it's on the docket there.
Okay. And I think what I heard based on what Grace's question was that we're going to leverage an existing policy that we have on the use of license plates. Looking up right now, we use it at the Secretary of State. This would be something that would be done probably more frequently, would be my guess.
Well,
so we're just going to leverage that existing policy that we have right now.
We're drafting a policy that's specific to this, but I'm sure multiple policies will apply in terms of inappropriately accessing, confidential databases for personal use that would apply even, separate and apart from whatever policy we're developing about this.
I think that's correct, but I will say, Mary Alice, that I don't know that this would be more than regular SOS type inquiries. So I don't see that being the case, but I've never used these. or have been a part of this. So it's sort of new for all of us too.
Okay. And then approximately how long has this technology been in use?
Is that a question for me?
That's for you,
sure.
Dan. That's for you.
So Flock has been selling license plate reader technology for about 5 years. We are now the largest LPR vendor in the state of Illinois. We've been in Illinois. We've had 2 clients in 2019. That was Joliet and South Barrington. So we've been here for about almost 3 years now.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Chandra?
Hi, okay, so a few clarification questions. So this machine will capture every license plate that passes.
Correct. Anytime a vehicle moves by the cameras, it'll take a picture and then run that plate.
Okay, and so then when it quote unquote runs the plate, what information comes up? Is it like automatically attached to the picture, the name of the person, the address, like
No.
just the make, color, and type of vehicle?
Right. The registration, anything like that, we are not pinging off of any like registration database or anything like that. It does not make an assumption around any of that type of information. It is just the system itself is also not making any determination about the person in the car. It is not capturing a picture of the person in the car. This is the rear of the vehicle. And it is running it against the FBI's database for stolen vehicles, warrants, things like that, called the NCIC database, the LEADS database, which is the state database, the Illinois State Police's database for that, Amber, Silver Alerts, and then the hot lists that your own department's created. So Flock is not making a determination about this vehicle being stolen, anything like that. We are just reporting what the federal government or the state government says if the vehicle is stolen.
Okay. And you also mentioned the ACLU worked with you to.
So they are on a commission called the I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name, but it's through a company called Axon. It's called the Indivisible Commission, I believe. But they were part of a group that has made recommendations about how LPRs should be utilized, that Flock has taken into account while designing the software.
Okay.
That's the national. We've never worked with the Illinois ACLU. This is specifically at a national level.
Okay. Okay. So I guess this is a question for Chief Serafin. You mentioned about camera placements. What exactly would you be looking at to determine where the cameras would go? I know you said, you had a slide up of different placement ideas, or based on violent crime data, targeted areas. So that crime data, would that be, I guess, sort of run through how you would make that placement consideration, I guess.
Sure. I want to remember where we started the presentation tonight. This is about gun violence in our community. Right. And so what we identified with Melissa Hendrian's help, half a dozen different crime codes. We used carjackings and armed robberies and those kinds of things. In addition, then we've also used all of our shots fired incidents as well. And some of those involve injuries, some of those involve property damage, some of those involve death, and some might simply just be shots fired calls. And so those are the big things. We're looking for violent crime events and where are those happening and the frequency of those. And that's where we want to try to focus the efforts here with the LPRs.
Okay. So maybe a question for Dan. Has there been any thought about Fourth Amendment implications with this?
What can you just give me a quick rundown on the fourth, which amendment is the fourth? amendment?
Just like the search and seizure part of it.
Oh, yeah. So, so these captures are being made in public roadways. So these are not focused on any sort of, there's no privacy or knowledge of privacy. I'm not saying that phrase right, but like expectation of privacy of being in a public roadway. It's the same type of concept that you would have on like a security camera from a gas station or something like that. That's basically where that falls on as far as the privacy issue. And Flock is not actually seizing anything or anything along those routes. We are just capturing what's happening in the moment. A good way to think about these is almost you just have like a citizen just at the side of the road writing down the make, color, type of vehicle, and the license plate of every vehicle that goes by. And if you ever need to know, if the officers ever need to know, they can just go back and ask for that. Instead of being written down on a piece of paper by someone, they're able to filter it in a database.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
James?
All right, so just a couple of things. Back to Dan, you talked about the things that it checks against. The hot list for license plate and various law enforcement lists of vehicles. But it's also creating a log, right? So that in retrospect, what we heard earlier was we could say blue van in this area and it would pull from that log, right? So what is the retention timeline with Flock?
30 days.
30 days?
After 30 days, if that image has not been saved onto your own department's servers or wherever you're storing the data, that image is purged and it's gone.
By the way, okay.
And it's gone. Like the FBI can't even get to it.
And is it a simple matter? And maybe we should have had Sanford here tonight, but is it a simple matter for local jurisdictions to keep that information longer term if they want to?
So that if an elected body votes on extending it beyond 30 days, we physically can do it. There is an additional cost to it, but the Illinois Secretary of State has recommended that 30 days is an appropriate retention period. And there is only one jurisdiction in the state that has a longer retention period.
And am I recalling correctly that there is a state law that governs LPR and its use? Is that related to that?
No, that is just their opinion.
Because at one time I know there was pending legislation
that all died.
Privacy concerns, so that is not currently moving forward.
That's all. LPRs were specifically stripped out of the police bill that came through earlier this year.
Okay.
Flock doesn't have boots on the ground, Springfield, so to speak. So it's we weren't really involved in any way. We've never been involved in any Illinois legislation around LPRs.
Okay. And so I guess what I'm going to add here is that not only the audit policy longer term is going to be important from a standpoint that, you know, we're comfortable that
the audit sticks around.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking to my colleagues here. It's important that when we get done with this, that there's an audit program that we trust to make sure that the policies are being, even if it's a spot check kind of audit, that the policies that are being written about how this can be used are followed, and that there's a way to identify any kind of abuse that develops over time. And I think that also goes with any kind of retention adjustments that might be sought out. So policy is important, but policy is only effective if there's an underlying way to check to make sure the policy is being followed.
Therese?
Yeah, I guess my question is to Bryant regarding like the placement as well. as a person who often has had to call in shots fired. I what happens, let's say that Champaign doesn't do, because I live right on the borderline there. What happens if Champaign, for example, does not come up to to also get flock? And as I've said before, I know that there are a lot of because Ellis subdivision in particularly, but also a lot of the west part of Ward 3 borders Champaign in so many ways. Bradley and Wright Street and all of these different ways. So if Champaign does not also get some sign up for this particular service, would it be more difficult, or do you think it would be more difficult for us to capture shooters leaving the scene of a crime?
Well, I think my recommendation would be that as we explore this and using our crime heat maps and whatnot, we would also be coordinating with whether it's the county, whether it's U of I, whether it's the city of Champaign, where exactly you're putting those, how can we maximize our coverage amongst all of us? So that would be my goal. I suppose if Champaign ultimately said, no, we're not doing this, that might have a little bit of impact perhaps. But I still think we can move forward whether or not Champaign comes on board. But I think this is something that has grown legs from all of the municipalities as a tool to help combat some of the issues that we're facing.
Okay. And do you anticipate that this will help solve more of these issues? I know I saw on the slide it says not a deterrent, but do you anticipate that having these license plate recognition cameras will help solve some of the shootings that have gone on in the past couple of years, and particularly more quickly, more efficiently?
Yes, that's my short answer, is that I think absolutely it will. We had a murder last week where we're getting certain blurry images of a car through a parking lot, and there's somebody's Ring doorbell, and so we can continue to use those. But if it goes by some of these LPRs where they're set, and so good placement is going to be key to this. And that's why it's not just us, it's us working with Flock and their experts and Melissa and then what we know about certain areas and see if we can find the right, the sweet spot to put those. So.
And I'll just say, Joliet has got 28 cameras, and they have seen a 30% increase in their violent crime clearance rate since they put these in. And according to their chief technology officer, they said Flock was the #1 variable that's changed in their investigations since putting these in place. They are currently looking at getting more cameras for next year. And Decatur just told me that they are putting an additional 40 cameras in their budget for 2022. So the departments that have gotten cameras, they're getting more cameras because of how effective they've been.
Okay, thank you.
Grace?
Thank you. I was wondering if you could help me with the connection between the vehicle and attaching it to a crime. Like, unless actually a shot was caught on camera, which it sounds like it wouldn't be. This is only the vehicle, right? So if you could explain to me how knowing the cars that drove down the street or were in a parking lot connects them to any kind of crime. Like, for example, it seems like there could be a reported shot fired. It would likely not be picked up on this camera, or it sounds like not at all. If it only gets the type of car, this wouldn't detect any gun crime. And then how would you connect the next few cars that drive down the street to that crime, you know? And if it's in a certain neighborhood, like what if it's just the neighbor driving down the street who happened to be driving that way right in front of or behind the person who may have committed the crime or maybe not. So if you could just help me understand how that car information connects to crime.
Absolutely, I can help with that. This is one piece of any investigation. So if indeed it will depend on a variety of as we like to say in police work, the totality of the circumstances. If there's a shots fired incident and it's 3:15 in the morning and only one car goes down the street, that will give us at least a starting point. And just because we have the car doesn't necessarily mean that the driver is off to prison. We conduct our investigation and we continue with some of those efforts. But you're right. If the scenario is very minimal, we have no other witnesses, and we have a stream of cars and there's no way to tell, then you're right. That bit would be less valuable than in the first example I gave. So I think that it depends on all the circumstances around a particular event. Many times, for instance, the most recent murder, we knew we had a white sedan, and we had a general area and time where it was. And so we would, if we had these, we would look for cameras that would be, okay, let's look between 1 and 1:15 a.m. or, you know, we would be able to sort of narrow that down. So I think the point is that this is just one piece of an entire investigation. And I don't want anyone to think that just because somebody drove by one, that all of a sudden we'd be taking enforcement action.
And I think in Decatur on the 12th, there was a guy was kind of in a gas station, and there were shots fired, and they had a gas station video of a guy running to his car, pulling out a handgun, taking shots, and then jumping back in. But it was kind of grainy. They did have an LPR at the end of the street where they were able to time up the video of the white car leaving to the white car passing the LPR, and we're able to identify the vehicle that the person was in, and then who it was registered, and that was basically the lead in their investigation. So this is definitely not like a silver bullet that's going to solve every crime no matter what, but it's using the context and the other evidence that the police have and adding this in their tool belt.
Therese?
Yeah, I just want to add to something that Dan and Bryant was saying as well. So, you know, to put a kind of a picture in Grace's mind, somebody calls in a shots fired, and they can't, it's 3 a.m. and they're looking out the window, because any smart person that hears shots fired is not going to put their head up too far. And they see a car racing from the area. Now, the shots fired could just basically be that somebody shot up in the air, which is also illegal in the municipality. But somebody could have been wounded. And this car they see is running stop signs going toward a hospital. So you may not only be able to capture or get information regarding that particular incident, but you might actually even be able to find that someone was wounded and run, you know, rather than waiting for an ambulance, run to a hospital or something. And that can also be useful. And so, you know, there's so many hypotheticals that a person could think of how it could actually be harmful, but it can not only be harmful, it could also be helpful, in the sense that if there's an abducted child, a lot of times when we see Amber Alerts, what we see is the license plate. You know, they have those big signs on the highway that'll have the make and the model of the car and the license plate number. So these are this is something that I think could be helpful in other ways as well. And no, it's not the, like Dan said, it's not the silver bullet, but it is, one could say, part of the arsenal of trying to solve a lot of these gun violence crimes and possibly others. So I think that needs to be taken in consideration as well, and not just the aspects of what else could go wrong. Anything can go wrong. You just want, I'm looking for something that's going to be helpful in solving a crime of someone being shot, like the lady whose house got shot up on Goodwin Avenue. I'm looking for someone, I'm looking for another piece to be put in place to help us, so that, the young man that was shot down the street from me, or the gentleman that was shot in front of the liquor store on Main Street in Urbana, you want to be able to find it. And most people do leave in vehicles. And if you're not used to understanding that that is kind of how a lot of our gun violence goes in this city, then I can understand your trepidation. However, it is not something that anybody is looking, I don't think, to abuse. We're looking for it as a tool. And it's just one of the many things that is already would be that, that is already in place, without trying to having to pay overtime, without having to put other people's lives in danger to get this information. So you want to know how cars can be used? Cars are used. Yeah.
And I would also just like to that departments, as they get used to these, can really start to use them also in very effective, even preventative ways. In Harvey, which is it's a suburb just south of Chicago, they are seeing a lot of their shootings are stemming from social media beefs. And they have officers who are monitoring people who they know who have potential for violence, their social media. And if they identify what they see could be leading to a shooting, they will proactively put those plates as a hot list in the area of where they think they would be going. And if that vehicle turns up, they flood the area. So they actively try and prevent that next shooting, that reprisal shooting, and that ongoing cycle. We have trainings for our police departments on best practices and things that can be used in those type of manners as well. But leveraging how other departments have been effectively using this is definitely part of what Flock brings to the table as well.
Chandra, you had your hand up earlier. Did you want to ask a question? Okay. Mary Alice, can you take the chair for a second?
Yeah, absolutely. The chair recognizes Chris.
Okay, thank you. Chief, you mentioned, and I think Dan just alluded to, these cameras would be used for other crimes, correct?
So with regards to sure, I would, if we had a rape suspect that we were trying to find, I mean, we could use these for all sorts of different things. The driving force behind the acquisition, though, is clearly our current gun violence emergency.
I understand that, but you would probably use it for only serious crimes, or just, I don't know. I mean, how do you define that?
So I think, so it's, yeah, I don't know that we'll be putting any hot lists. I've never known Urbana officers put a hot list in for a retail theft of, two candy bars from the 7-Eleven gas station or anything like that. This would be, again, the driving force is behind is the gun event. While we try to solve all crimes, though, I don't see us. We have certain already rules that when we try to take how long we would take for when we take reports over the phones and some other things. So I think, yes, I recognize your point. Chris, which is, as far as what are we going to do it? When would we use this? And right now my goal is for the most egregious offenses.
Okay. I think the public watching this is going to find it hard to believe that if you've got a license plate and a make and model of the car, how can you, and you're using the Secretary of State's database, how do you not get a name and address?
So I think what, and maybe Dan, maybe I'm not answering or understanding the question here. So with the data, it would run, the plate it's run. We don't necessarily get that information unless it makes a hot list sort of flag, or we would search it later. So we would be able to ultimately get an address off that. Yes, that's correct. I don't know that and maybe what Dan was talking about, the registered owner isn't always the driver. We have many cases where girlfriends and boyfriends and sons and daughters and other people. So again, I want to make, this is just a piece in the investigation. Hey, we're looking for this particular car. There it is. Oh, that's grandma can, and then begin our the taking of those statements, as I alluded to earlier.
Yeah,
So
I understand.
When Flock processes a read, we are not pulling from the DMV, which is where those type of records are stored. So like the read is not being associated to through that database or providing against a physical person or physical registration. So we are not like tracking the movement of an individual person. That is not the way that the information is being, those aren't the databases that are being cross-referenced.
Okay. Chief, do you know how to explain the July 4th shooting in Rantoul? You were able to find the person that did the shooting in Rantoul in Urbana. Is that something you're familiar with? July 4th.
I don't know that I know the specific incident you're asking me about. At least not off the top of my head. I know the one that
I think I did.
Dan,
is that the one?
I don't know
where
when the one you talked about.
7-year-old was shot. Was that the one with the seven-year-old?
Yes.
Truck? Yeah. So yeah, I believe that was again that was a, and I mean I hear a lot of stories. I might be crossing a couple of them up, but I believe there were two groups that were already kind of beefing. And the police had a general idea of who they thought it was.
Okay.
And then they were able to basically use the description of the suspect vehicle to place them in the area. And then so that they were able to use that, and then I think they got him to confess, is I think what happened. But they used the information that they knew that he was there as part of their investigation.
Okay, thanks. Last question. And I think a lot of people watching this in the audience, and kind of to combine Sharice and Chandra's questions a little bit. And I don't know, Chief, what the maps would look like in terms of where the shootings are happening, and kind of the crime maps that you're going to use to, figure out where to place these things. But I think a lot of people in the audience are thinking, oh, they're going to put this in all the Black neighborhoods. Could you maybe respond to that?
I'm going to put them, I want us to put them where the violence and the gun crimes are happening. That's where I think we should put them. That is why, I mean, one of the reasons why we're here is because Sharice Hersey and Linda Turnbull came to this body a couple of months ago and said, we need help and we have an idea and we would like to look at potentially cameras, and how can we leverage, how can we do this? And so we will our goal is to put these where the gun violent crime is happening.
Sharice?
Oh, well, I'm going to give you back the chair, Chris.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
In kind of a response to what your comment was, this isn't about black or white. This is about safety. And the fact of the matter is that, yes, in my neighborhood and King School area lately, this past year in particularly, there has been a lot of gunplay. And so be it if that's where the license recognizing cameras are. I'd rather that happen than for another mother of 3 get shot in her home and another pregnant woman be paralyzed. And then, you know, this woman's son ends up getting put in jail for retaliation because he thinks he knows who did it in Rantoul, which is exactly the description of what Mr. Murdoch described. That's what that was all about. Okay. I'd rather that there be some kind of safety, something put in, because when you're dodging bullets, you're not looking at license plates. You're not really paying attention to what the make and model of the car is of a person. And to be honest, yeah, sometimes folks just walk up on your house, but they got to leave somehow, and they don't always walk. They're not always walking when they leave. So that was my and Linda's point, because there's also been a lot of gunplay out in South Urbana, on Philo Road. That's been going on for a while. And lately, some folks have gotten bold enough to take it to downtown Urbana and some other streets. But for myself, speaking for myself and my ward, there have been times during the past year where I've called in shots fired 3 times a week at all times of the day, from anywhere from 2:00 in the afternoon to 4:30 in the morning. So, you know, I don't know that folks are just doing a jog around the park at 4:30 in the morning when I hear 15 rounds. And so it's not about if it's a Black neighborhood thing or surveillance or anything. This isn't about that. This is about public safety, and public safety for everybody. And the simple fact that I live on a block from the border of Champaign and Urbana, there's a lot of Champaign crime that bleeds over right into our neighborhood, right down the street, going down Bradley, going up 6th Street on the Beardsley. I can name a bunch of streets. That incident that I talked about with the car going, you know, I heard some shots and I saw a car. I called it in. I was trying not to make it known like that, but I was the one that saw the car running stop signs going toward the hospital. Somebody could have been injured. I don't know. But I know what I heard and I know what I saw. So it is one of those things where, you know, I'm not just hoping to, you know, we're not looking to try to surveil everybody. We're looking to try to solve some of these issues so that people are not afraid to walk down the street at night or during the day. That's all that's about. It's about is where a lot of these crimes are happening. And if there are a lot of calls from this neighborhood, then maybe that's where the cameras need to go. That's why me and Linda came and asked for cameras, but it's not just about Black neighborhoods. It's about in South Urbana too, where there's a lot of crime and a lot of gunplay happening there. And stabbings. You want to be able to catch the people that are doing these things and fleeing the scene. Does that answer what you think that other people might be thinking?
No, it's going to take a long time to discuss all this. And I would encourage people to stay later tonight because we're going to have more discussion about gun violence. Jed,
Yeah, Not living where I live, you wouldn't have an idea.
Well, let me correct you, Sharice. 5 blocks from my house, we had a homicide on July 29th, and on August 28th, 2 doors from my house, we had a drive-by shooting. So it's happening everywhere. Jaya, go ahead.
Exactly. But it happens more here. So it's not about black and white. Please don't make this is not a racial thing.
I think, Chris, you called on me. So I've got, I think, a couple follow-up things. One, in terms of the usefulness, there was a shooting on our street. A number of people saw a car. Probably something like this could have provided more specific sense of what that vehicle was. Before this comes back in front of the committee of the whole, though, I would like to see some answers to the questions about the potential for racial profiling. That's not to discount what you're saying, Sharice. I think you're making a valid point, but I think we need to have like safety mechanisms in place around that. And more broadly, the potential for abuse, because while I hear what you're saying of, there are other systems that, that folks have access to, we have had multiple incidents, including an officer at the University of Illinois Police Department who was using police cameras and databases to track people. So if we're talking about introducing a new technology, even though there's obvious benefits, right? We're talking about how it might help keep folks safe, which is of course incredibly important. But I want to know what protections are going to be put in place to make sure that this isn't something that could be abused.
Grace?
Thank you. I have way too much to learn and say about this issue, so I'll hold a lot of things for the next committee of the whole, and was looking forward to hearing from the public and researching some things in the meantime. But I just wanted to encourage us to be aware of the time, and that a lot of members of the public and scheduled presenters have been waiting patiently for quite a while, and we will have more time to do this. So just wanted to bring that up and say I'll hold a lot of my other thoughts to take some time to process and continue this conversation.
Sharice?
I just want to say, Jay, I appreciate what you're saying. And hopefully that officer has been fired and he's gone. And I will reiterate that it was Linda Turnbull and myself that brought this up. If we didn't think it was a problem, this is not something that we would even consider, but it is a problem.
Okay, feels like we're kind of done here. Are we done? All right, well, Chief, want to thank you for your, and Dan, your time. This was a good starting point. The technology looks very interesting, and we need to keep studying it and see whether it will work. So I guess the next item on the list here is, Mayor, you've got a Pride Week proclamation you want to do?
Yes, thank you. This is a joint proclamation by the mayors of the cities of Champaign and Urbana, Illinois, and the county executive of Champaign County. Whereas in 1969, an event referred to as the Stonewall Uprising began the national movement and the modern fight for LGBTQ+ rights, which has since spread throughout the world over the past 52 years. And whereas in 1970, LGBTQ+ events began in the United States to commemorate the anniversary of Stonewall, including being recognized in Champaign County in the late 70s. And whereas since 1975, the cities of Urbana and Champaign have been on the forefront, both in the state of Illinois and nationwide, of protecting LGBTQ+ individuals' rights by prohibiting the discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. And whereas the cities of Champaign and Urbana and the county of Champaign have a rich and diverse history of LGBTQ+ representation in our government leaders, staff, and citizens. And whereas the Uniting Pride Center, the UP Center of Champaign County, was founded in 2009 as an organization to advocate for the equality, wellness, advocacy, and visibility of the LGBTQ+ communities in Champaign County. And whereas on September 24th through 26th, 2021, Champaign-Urbana's annual Pride Fest and Parade will be held in downtown Urbana with the theme, What the Health? Fighting, Surviving, Thriving, to recognize the resilience of our community following a year and a half of isolation due to COVID-19 and the significance of the 40th anniversary of the HIV/AIDS crisis. Now, therefore, we, Deborah Frank Finan, Diane Wolf Marlin, mayors of the cities of Champaign and Urbana, Illinois, and Darlene Kleppel, Champaign County Executive, do hereby proclaim the week of September 20th through 26th, 2021 as LGBTQ+ Pride Week in the cities of Champaign and Urbana, Illinois, in the county of Champaign, Illinois. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I think it's time for public input. And the first up is Charles Davison. Charles, you're still muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Charles Davidson. I was born and raised in Champaign County. I'm in my 70s. So, you know, it's good. It's good to see you guys really trying to make a difference. Man, if you got the cameras, put them up. I don't give a damn. We don't care. We need some help. You know, whatever we can do, we got to do something about this gun violence. It's only going to get worse. Another thing that we need is we need a community center for the youngsters are scared to come out. You know, they were scared to go to school. Now I got at least 100 relatives in this town, and they don't feel safe at all. We need a safe place for them to go. We need a community center. So, you know, like a one-stop shop, have all the different community programs and in there for mental health or looking for a job or work or whatever. They should all be up under that one roof, a one-stop shop. That's what we need. We need to make them safe again. And I think you're doing a great job, if you ask me, because like I said, I got a lot of relatives here. You know, they are scared to come out. And I'm tired of it myself. Need some help putting them up, I'll help you put them up. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Elizabeth Powers.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Powers, and my husband and I own and live in 1909 and 1911 South Lucas Street in the Prairie Winds development. We've lived in Urbana since 1996, and our children were born here. Prairie Winds development is in Ward 6, and it's located west of Philo Road and just south of Loman Park. It's a very small neighborhood with 2 short streets and some homes along Colorado on the park. While the hearing on Prairie Winds was stricken from the agenda for tonight and next week, it is coming back as we heard at the beginning of the meeting. There's a strong consensus in our little neighborhood that the annexation agreement amendment does profound damage to the livability and character of our neighborhood. They have provided the council with a petition signed by a large majority of our homeowners attesting to that. Prairie Winds development has 3 sections. It has a supported living center, a dense duplex complex, and a small single-family home neighborhood. These 3 areas are laid out in an orderly and logical way, declining in density from high to medium to low, traveling west on Colorado from the Philo Road commercial corridor. This layout of the development meets the city's master plan criteria very well. Prairie Winds is a mixed new residential development. It was created under a unified development plan and has an overall gradation of residential densities. Of the original 29 lots in Prairie Winds 3, Mr. Paul Tapman owns 10 vacant lots. What Mr. Tapman wants to ask for is your permission to plop down 20 duplex units to be set on lots that are inappropriate for duplex development and that are intermingled with existing single-family homes. This is a scheme that is directly against the master plan, and it's harmful for residents and the overall interests of the city. It raises a host of problems, which many people in my neighborhood have already submitted written material to the council, and we're happy to talk about all these issues as well. The established process for review of the amendment request seems to serve developers very well and residents not so well. There was a rubber stamp report from the Community Development Department, in my opinion, that conveyed an attitude that this change is Mr. Tapman's for the asking. I think that there needs to be more community and community development. Mr. Tapman's attempt to unplan this development will transfer wealth from us residents to him. There should be a very great benefit to the community to justify this exchange, but none has been offered yet. In closing, Prairie Winds, my neighborhood, is a great example of a well-planned development under the comprehensive plan. I knew the city had a planning process, but I never dreamed there might be an unplanning process. So I'm asking you, the city council, please don't unplan my neighborhood. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Tracy Chong.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tracy Chong. Last council meeting, I mentioned that the clause in the Fraternal Order of Police contract that forbids anyone with a felony conviction from serving on the Civilian Police Review Board was illegal and discriminatory. The attorney representing the city, Ben Gert, was very quick to claim that one of the reasons this clause was not illegal was due to the bona fide occupational qualifications exemption. When I heard this, I immediately questioned it. How does a law that pertains to labor and employment apply to voluntary members of the Urbana Civilian Police Review Board? I decided to spend a little time trying to see what this bona fide occupational qualifications exemption was about, and if what Mr. Gert said was even remotely applicable. From what I found, the bona fide occupational qualification exemption is mentioned in Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, where the rule allows for the hiring of individuals based on race, sex, age, and national origin, if these characteristics are bona fide occupational qualifications. Meanwhile, according to the definition in the Illinois statute and the Illinois Administrative Code, the person claiming the exemption bears the burden of establishing that it is available in the particular instance. It goes on to say that a bona fide occupational qualification is properly applied as an exclusion of an entire class of individuals on the basis of a standard that is necessary for safe or efficient job performance. The burden is on the employer to prove that no person of a class can perform the job in an acceptable manner. It further goes on to say that if an individual can perform the position in question safely and efficiently with reasonable accommodation, a BFOQ defense to a charge of discrimination cannot be established. So I'm really wondering how this law that applies to employers is being used to justify discriminating against an entire group of people for a voluntary position. How did the city of Urbana determine that every person with a felony conviction is unable to make objective decisions while serving on the CPRB? How did each of you who did not vote against the police contract? How did you, Councilmember Wu, Hersey, Quisenberry, Wilkins, and Colisetti determine that every person with a felony conviction is unable to make objective decisions while serving on the CPRB? How? Please explain to us. There's a big lesson to learn from this. What I found might be correct. It might be wrong. There might be nuances to it that I failed to understand. What I do know is that I had to do some digging and reading before even being able to get the faintest idea of what the law meant. That's why I was extremely disappointed to see council members taking Mr. Gert's comment as gospel and immediately dismissing the public's concerns. And this has happened even though the public asked you to take your time to study the issues and concerns brought forward before voting. But you gave in to the threats of the city regarding arbitration and losing the wins. This is not the first time that the city has used this tactic. Whenever the public or a council member raises concerns, the city is very quick to pull some kind of legal advice using external sources to give the illusion of neutrality. However, it's often dishonest. It's often planned by Mayor Marlin when she wants to censor people or when Carol Mitten wants to manipulate the CPRB process. This dishonesty by the city, Mayor Marlin, Carol Mitten, Chief Serafin, and Deputy Searles will keep happening for as long as they're allowed to do so. Finally, I have every reason to believe that the threats of arbitration and losing the wins were also presented dishonestly with the sole intention of using fear to make you vote a certain way. And I hope you look into it to see how you are being manipulated by Mayor Marlin and her cronies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Alan Max Axelrod.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to start with 5 ILCS 315. Because what this policy includes with regard to what they call peace officers, which is their language for police officers, are exclusions from arbitration. It's barely a paragraph, and yet this city council was not informed on any of that when making a decision. I don't believe that it is in the best interest of the city to have a bargaining process where city council persons are not on the bargaining team. So you don't actually have to be an expert legal person in order to contribute to the bargaining process for a contract. I have actually been on the management side of a contract bargaining myself. Here are some of the exclusions. It says quite clearly that in the case of peace officers, the arbitration decision shall be limited to wages, hours, and conditions of employment, and shall not include the following: residency requirements in municipalities with a population of at least 100,000. That is to say, arbitration cannot override residency requirements. The type of equipment other than uniforms issued or used. Manning, don't know what that one means. The total number of employees employed by the department, so arbitration cannot change the number of employees and is not applicable to that, which means the city can further negotiate. As well as mutual aid and assistance criterions to other units of government, the criterion pursuant to which force, including deadly force, can be used, providing nothing herein shall preclude an arbitration decision regarding equipment or manning levels if such decision is based on a finding that the equipment or manning considerations of a specific work assignment involves a serious risk to the safety of a peace officer, yada, yada. The point of this is, arbitration was used as a scary cudgel by a dishonest person. He could have read to you this paragraph and chose not to. This is the last city council that will be duped so overtly, because we will make sure to educate every single one, whether it's your seat or someone else. I also want to note that if you are to adopt this hyper-surveillance system, I live in Ward 3, Charisse, you know this. My garage, there was an attempted forcible entry. You don't see me calling the police over that, do you? We had been talking to you all for over a year now about the fact that the increases in violence are in the years of 2020 and 2021, and yet there was almost no conversation about the pandemic being an influence when there are countries like Cambodia, Dominican Republic, Egypt, Mauritius, Morocco, Oman, Slovenia, and so many other countries that have monthly supports for their residents when the United States doesn't. Is it any wonder why we're seeing an increase in violence? Why is it that we can only operate in a myopic capacity where we are reacting punitively when city alderpersons who had been told that this was going to happen now say that we have no choice? How damn convenient is that? Have a good night.
Thank you. Next up is C.
Hi, Chris, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hi, this is Christopher Hansen. I sure wish you would put these slideshows out before the meeting so that residents could know what you guys are talking about and send possible questions to their wards person before the meeting. We seem to have a habit of having these kind of obscure discussion titles that no one can really tell what they are until they're already happening. I wasn't prepared to talk about LPR cameras, but I've been accused of committing crimes by the Urbana Police Department just because they wanted to retaliate against me. I've had Urbana police officers creeping around my house. I've had them run my license plates, had them take photos of my bedroom and bathroom windows. I don't want them having a database about my license plate and more photos of my car. Are you kidding? You guys didn't even discuss the possible FOIA problems with this. I don't see any exception in the FOIA law for these types of photos of cars. Does that mean my neighbors can get data about where I'm driving? I don't see any exemption that the city could cite if someone requested photos of my car in those locations. Please don't buy a system that will read and store data on every person's car from a person who doesn't know what the Fourth Amendment is. That was ridiculous. And by the way, the ACLU does not represent the people of Urbana. That was made very clear when local ACLU leaders supported Mayor Marlin's illegal speech restrictions last year. So just because you get some kind of nod of approval from the ACLU, that doesn't mean you get approval from the citizens of Urbana, or the residents of Urbana, rather. The mayor, her appointees, her employees, the Urbana Police Department, and our officers have no history of complying with their own policies and rules. So why would we trust them with all this data? You keep missing that part. You guys talk about the policies, but you keep missing the fact that no one gives a flying fuck if they're not followed. Figure that out. It happens over and over. It doesn't make sense if you make rules and don't follow them. If you want to deal with crime, deal with police misconduct and accountability first. The rest will follow. What I really wanted to talk about was this FOP and CPRB changes that you guys made or continued. I can't believe this council voted that you don't trust past convicted felons to ever serve in a city position. Why would you do that? It's wrong. It's immoral. A bunch of you ran on anti-discrimination platforms, and then most of you just voted to discriminate against past felons. I don't get it. Our Human Relations Commission for the last couple years has been pushing against this type of discrimination. You just showed them the middle finger with your vote last week. Our CPRB has been pushing against this for the last year. You just gave them the middle finger. Did you even consult them on this? The Urbana City Council resolved, the council before this one resolved to follow in the city's actions the human rights law, and then you just voted against it. I don't get it. I can see you're doing an ordinance change tonight on the CPRB notary requirement. It's great that you're doing that housekeeping, but I sure wish you wouldn't advertise it as a win for police reform. This requirement to remove a notary or sworn statement was provided in HB 3653. It's state law already disallows it. So, I mean, it's great that you're removing it from our ordinance, but it's already illegal. So don't advertise that as a win to the public when it's already been provided for. And by the way, we removed that from the CPRB complaint form over a year ago. So this wasn't a win that you got in negotiation. You have to do this because state law compels you to do it. And it's the same for retention of disciplinary records. I think HB 3653 requires you to keep those indefinitely now, right? So if state law is requiring you to do this and you're advertising it as a win in your negotiation process, that feels dishonest. I hope you'll point out where I'm wrong about that. And I really don't like, by the way, when the council tells the public to be patient. You're 10% into your terms. Over a year ago, many council members said, police reform isn't going to happen overnight. You told us over and over and over. It gets silly when you're saying that for years in a row. So I wish you would change your language. I wish you would stop acting for the purposes of expediency and think about more about the ethics of what you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you. Eddie Pratt Jr.
Good evening. I am calling you tonight from my hometown of Detroit, Michigan, that I haven't been in about 5 years, and it's been, gentrified a little bit and all that good stuff. But I'm a little beside myself. My very purpose for getting involved in activism from the very jump was because I lived in two very polar opposite places that both went towards the same destination. And I saw the same things happening in our community, to the point that a reactionary thing like surveillance would be on the table, and thus doing away with all sovereignty of all sorts. What I wonder about is, where is the limitations on this? If some person, God knows, commits a crime and their car is pictured, the back of their car at least, and it's a green car. If some other person on the other side of town drives a green car and say they are now looking for this green car, what is stopping them from pulling over said person and doing God knows what to said person under the guise of probable cause? What is the limitations of all of this? Because from what I've heard, it doesn't sound like there's many. Honestly, this to use Rantoul as an example was particularly poor, because, if you're not aware, there's 87%. They're more. Their crime rate is higher than 87% of all cities and towns in this country. Where were they before these cameras? This is after. This is current. So I'm not sure how this is going to work for us. And besides that, that's reactive. We're talking about just capturing people. What about what brings them to that point? When are we going to address that? When are we going to take a more holistic approach, a more practical approach, if you ask me, towards wellness and instilling that in our community? What about a one-stop shop? What about investing into the SWIFT program? What about doing the actual things that will actually influence people's living conditions? Because this just makes things particularly more precarious, especially for people like me. That means if anybody does anything in this city, I need to be on more high alert than I already am, because that makes me partially a suspect just because I drive a car. Good night.
Thank you. And anybody else want to? Okay, Sarah Nixon is up next.
Hello, City Council. This is Sarah Nixon. First of all, I want to thank I want to thank the members of the Urbana Fire Department and paramedics or first responders and police department for making time to conduct some farmers market patrol this summer. I was the squeaky wheel who wouldn't take no for an answer earlier this year, and I kept asking for some market security when we were told that there was no budget for market security. And ultimately, members of these agencies made time, have frequently made time, and my impression or my understanding is this is, volunteerism in their shifts to come by the farmers market at the square and conduct patrols. And it is very appreciated by every vendor there. Second, I want to thank Tracy Chong for fact checking the city or the illegality of the city's discrimination of persons with felony convictions being barred from appointments to the CPRB, and for calling out city council members who failed to oppose the Fraternal Order of Police tyranny, who played along with the contract renewal scheme, and who betrayed, in so doing, all Urbana residents. Thirdly, dressing it up as an acronym, ALPR, doesn't change the fact that you're advocating a surveillance state. So instead of investing in the community, we're pushing for a totalitarian state instead of turning to the root of the problem, the roots, which include endemic racism, adverse childhood experiences, and the lifelong trauma that ensues, broken families, infrastructure, and Urbana's egregious neglect of its more disadvantaged African-American communities. Urbana-Champaign. And we can look to, for example, Garden Hills as a perfect example of that for those who've been following that issue. This push to implement these license plate captures is hardly an exhibition of rational analytical thinking. Have you even asked the public, Urbana? Have you reached out and asked the vulnerable members of society who will forever be impacted? Have you even reached out to explain this technology to all of us? No, you haven't. And you don't have the right to unilaterally decide to implement a surveillance state without our input. You work for us, so put it to a referendum. You mentioned Rantoul as an emblem of success. Rantoul is notoriously one of the most racist communities in central Illinois. Just look at their track record. I'm dismayed to see I only have about 15 seconds left. I have so much more to say. I want to echo Mr. Hansen's comment that springing these huge issues on the public and by the public, I mean only the handful of us that are present at these meetings is unacceptable. So to be continued. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Going once, twice.
I have an email to read.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Grace.
Thanks. Looks like James might as well.
Yeah, right.
This is from Will and Olivia Gray, to whom it may concern. I am writing to you today to express my displeasure with the proposed change to Prairie Winds 3 subdivision. I own the recently constructed home. I'll leave their address out. My understanding of the proposed change is that it would allow duplexes to be built on the remaining single-family lots in the subdivision. Learning of this was quite the shock. When my family built our home, the subdivision agreement said the lots were for single-family homes only. Prairie Winds is an attractive place to live because of its low housing density, the more rural setting, while still being close to the amenities of the city of Urbana. Changing the agreement would allow duplex development feels like a bait and switch. The addition of duplexes will lower our property values, impact our ability to sell our homes, and reduce our quality of life. The homes in the subdivision are valued at $275K to $375K. We have been told the new duplexes would be similar to those in Prairie Winds Circle. The value of the units at Prairie Winds Circle run between $190 to $210K. This disparity is of great concern. Building duplexes on single-family lots changes the identity of the subdivision. Doing so doubles the amount of street traffic that would be expected on the streets. It makes the area noisier, increases the amount of on-street parking. It reduces air quality and creates more hazardous neighborhood for children playing outside. The duplexes would have adverse impacts to stormwater drainage. They would increase the impervious area of the subdivision and result in increased stormwater runoff. Our subdivision currently does not have a detention pond. I question if the storm sewer infrastructure was designed to handle the additional stormwater runoff from the duplex development. Negative impacts could result in our neighbors on Lucas who currently deal with standing water in their backyards when the area receives rain. It seems to me that developers are frustrated with the speed at which they have been able to sell the remaining lots. The recent development in Stone Creek most likely exacerbates this feeling. It is not the fault of the residents of that Prairie Wind 3 has not sold lots as fast as the developers had envisioned. The residents all agreed to build single-family homes and the developer should stick to the agreement. We should not have to bear the impacts of the frustrations of the developers. The proposed change feels like a way for the developer to offload the remaining lots in quickest way possible, make their money and get out. That is wrong. This is of concern. Also of concern is the speed at which this change is being forced through the city approval process. There's been no public hearing to get our input. We were told these changes would pass as a routine matter at the next planning meeting. I can assure you that this is not a routine matter for those of us living in the subdivision. Our voices need to be heard. I urge the city council to vote no on the proposed changes to Prairie Winds. Save our neighborhood. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. James?
Yes, I have an email from Katie Muir, who's a resident of Ward 7 in the Silverwood area. And the public input is, since the vast majority of gun violence lately has involved gunshots fired from or between people and vehicles, I feel every member of the Urbana City Council needs to schedule a time to go on a ride along with one of the Urbana police officers assigned to patrol the neighborhood of Silverwood on a Friday night, and then seriously consider adopting a resolution soon that provides the clear message that you will fully support the Urbana Police Force if they begin enforcing the Illinois window tinting laws. And that's the end of the input.
Go ahead, Sharice.
I came across also an email that somebody sent everybody, I think, to be read into the minutes. So I'm just going to say this. This is from Nick Powers, a very concerned homeowner at Prairie Winds. Our family owns 2 homes in Prairie Winds, 3, a development located in Southeast Urbana, and consisting of 29 lots zoned for single family homes. 19 of these single family lots are owned by someone other than Paul Tatman. Very recently, in a letter out of the blue, Paul Tatman informed our family that he wants to rezone his 10 single family homes to lots to allow to build duplexes. It is my understanding that the city or Urbana City Council intends to vote on Paul Tatman's zoning change on Monday, September 2021. Sorry. I strongly encourage the City Council not to approve Paul Tatman's zoning change. In the remainder of this memo, I explain why such approval would be flagrantly illegitimate. Denial of due process. It is my understanding that the homeowners are entitled to a meeting with officials of the Urbana City Planning Department to discuss a zoning change request. Following such meetings, homeowners are provided an opportunity to submit written comments to the Urbana City Planning Department expressing their views. The Urbana City Planning Department denied the homeowners of Prairie Winds of this opportunity, and it's Prairie Winds 3, I suppose, is what it's called. In a conversation with a family member and employee of the Urbana Planning Department, rationalized this denial by saying that the quote, the zoning change was going to sail through, unquote, the city council. This flagrant violation of due process is the antithesis of what Urbana should represent. Paul Tatman's zoning change is incoherent. Paul Tatman's zoning change is so vague that it's impossible to get any sense of what he wants. How can one legitimately vote on something that is incoherent or incomprehensible? Another bullet point, Paul Tatman's zoning change is highly inconsistent with the master plan for Prairie Winds. About 20 years ago, the city of Urbana vetted all of these issues that Paul Tatman wants to revisit. The result of that thorough and thoughtful process was the creation of Prairie Winds 1, Prairie Winds 2, and Prairie Winds 3. Prairie Winds 1 is a high-density assisted living center surrounded by green space to absorb the water runoff from this large building complex. Prairie Winds 2 consists of 21 duplexes or 42 units. Because of the high density of these 21 duplexes, the master plan required Paul Tatman to build a huge retention pond to control wind runoff, water runoff. How much time do I have? I'm not going to be able to read the rest of this, but I believe we all received this particular memo from Nick Powers. So it's pretty long. I just wanted to make sure some of it at least got into the record.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that looks like that's a wrap on public input for now.
Chris?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Marielle.
No, can I just make a motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I make a motion that we extend this meeting to 11? Because I don't think we're going to get through the agenda in 15 minutes.
I'll second that.
Okay, does the clerk call the roll on this?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, let's see here. Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Ms. Colacetti,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Yes.
Okay, we will be going to 11. Staff reports.
This evening, Vince Gustafson is here. He's the Deputy Director for Operations of Public Works. And I've asked him to report out on a couple of challenges that we have right now that are, I don't know if they're really COVID related or not, but they may be in terms of some of the challenges that our contractor support that we've relied on in the past. Maybe their circumstances have changed, but their willingness to either bid on some services that we typically expect, or the prices that we're seeing are going to be impacting what residents are expecting in terms of the pace of certain things. So Vince is going to explain that in a little bit of detail, just because I want you to all to understand some of the challenges we're facing. So go ahead, Vince.
Thank you, Carol. Yeah, like Carol mentioned, we have three pretty significant upcoming unplanned projects this fall that are not normally in the scope of work for the operations divisions and our in-house staff, but we're still challenged to try to absorb. First of all, I'm going to start off with with tree planting. The city accepted in 2020 a grant from the Lumpkin Family Foundation, which had a $25,000 allocation towards the planting of new street trees. So in an attempt to maintain our planned scheduled replacement trees, we released a bid to try to hire a contractor to assist us with planting these additional trees. That procurement did not produce any reasonable bid. Actually, only one contractor bid on the planting services, and the pricing was too high for us to accept. So what we're going to work on is our in-house arbor crew. We currently planned as part of our scheduled replacement program this fall was 75 trees. So we're going to work to plant an additional 82 trees, which technically means that we're going to have to take about 2.5 weeks of our planned systematic pruning that we would normally complete, weather permitting, and forego that work to accommodate. Basically, we accepted the grant and we're trying to fulfill that obligation for the net increase of 82 additional trees this season. Secondly, I'm sure you're familiar with the capital improvement plan. There's the Lincoln and Springfield Avenue reconstruction project. With the bid that came back, the favorable bid that was awarded, one component of that bid was topsoil replacement and seeding of the medians and behind the curbs in the right of way. The bid received from the subcontractor was significantly higher than the cost estimates. So for the purposes of keeping that project closer to the original planned budget, we evaluated having our internal landscaping crews perform that topsoil replacement and the reseeding. So that will save us significant project costs and also allow us for more control over the timing and the quality of that work. I do know that one of the major things we dealt with on MCOR was actually restoration of the soil in the right of way. Amazing with a project of that scope. That was one of the more that generated a lot of phone calls on it. So we're trying to avoid that and save money on this particular project here on Lincoln and Springfield. And lastly, and probably most significantly, is our curbside fall leaf collection. This has been a contracted service since 1997. However, this is the first year in which the city received no bids from contractors for that service. So as we're looking now, we're trying to evaluate how we can accommodate that with our in-house operations staff to maintain that similar service levels that the residents do expect. And as it sits right now, we're looking at 3 collection weeks in November and trying to still adhere to the same collection routes. And it's a bit challenging for us having never undertaken this. So just trying to estimate how much time and how quickly we can move through these routes without the large garbage packer trucks that the commercial firms use. We've explored trying to probably rent one, but they're just generally not available. And the only ones we've been able to locate are extremely cost prohibitive. So we're challenged with the fact that we've got to perform that work kind of coinciding with our regular street leaf sweeping program, which is highly essential to us. And we can't reduce that because of the possibility for flooding and trying to get all those leaves off of the street prior to snow season. So in order to accommodate this service for the residents, we're looking down, basically closing down all of our planned street maintenance for the month of November, utilizing those crews, as well as we run two-person sewer crews doing our systematic work. So we'll break down one of those crews to allocate to this, to just making sure this work gets done. And like I said, it's going to be difficult for us being our first time trying to take this to estimate, how much time and trying to keep it on track. So we'll just, when we get closer to that time, we'll be asking for some patience from residents. It may take us a little bit longer to get through those routes. So we're we're hopeful that the bidding climate is just a temporary reflection of kind of the unstable job market, and that, you know, that in the future we'll be able to secure these contracted services. However, for us to continually absorb this work is not sustainable, and it's going to require us either considering increases in staffing levels or a possible reduction in services. So if there are any questions, I'd be glad to take them. Hey, Mary Alice?
Mary Alice.
Thank you, Vince, for the update. It's appreciated. I just was taking notes, and I didn't catch quite, you said that you were going to increase the number of trees that you plan to plant to meet that grant, but what does that mean that the arborist will not be able to do because we've shifted that work?
So we're estimating to plant an additional 82 trees. It's about 2.5 weeks of work with our arbor crew. We have 2 full-time certified arborists and then an arbor maintenance worker, and then we'll kind of backfill with additional people as necessary. But so we're taking about 2.5 weeks out of our systematic tree pruning program, which currently, even at our current staffing levels, that's a 10 to 12 year cycle for us to work through. And ideally, you know, we'd be much happier with a minimum of a 7-year pruning cycle. So we're taking a service that we're already, you know, short on, and well, basically we're reallocating more time away from that to accommodate. You know, we're very, very thankful, you know, for these grant opportunities, and it's wonderful. But we'll have to take into consideration that with our staffing levels, it does pull away from more of our, you know, systematic planned maintenance activities.
So right now, I know that the city keeps a database of the hazardous trees. And if I remember correctly, were we pruning everything from a 7, 8, 9, 10, or were we going 8, 9, 10?
I'd have to ask Kevin, our city arborist, for that exact level of detail. I don't know exactly. But
okay. And
systematic pruning, I mean, we have our hazard abatement. Obviously,
right.
if it is a hazard, then we address it immediately. Our systematic pruning is more just by zones and areas, working through areas in a planned progression. They have their skill level determines, you know, what necessitates the pruning, but we work through that to basically, you know, reduce the risk of limb falls and take care of those problems proactively, as opposed to waiting for the storms to come through.
Okay, and then for the second one, the Lincoln and Springfield, so the resoil and the reseeding, what will we not be doing to cover that?
So it's gonna just lengthen the time it's going to take us for just our fall landscape workers, you know, to trimming back the beds and the landscape bed maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, Carol, any more staff reports from anybody else?
That's it for tonight. Thank you, Vince.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vince. That was great. Okay. Hey, we got an ordinance finally. So the next thing is ordinance number 2021-040, an ordinance amending the city code, chapter 19, the civilian police review board ordinance, conformance with the FOP contract. And Carol, you want to explain that, or?
Yes. In some respects, it's pretty straightforward, but I did want to mention a couple of things. So the section B of the side letter, which is quoted on the first page of the memo, that says complaints against an officer must be signed and sworn by a person with personal knowledge of the incident, and language will be included in the CPRB ordinance that false complaints shall be subject to prosecution. That was struck from the side letter. And so then you have in the ordinance, you have the changes to the CPRB ordinance that would implement that. And so there's actually 3 aspects to the language that was struck in the FOP contract, or the side letter. 3 aspects to that language. One is a signed and sworn statement. The second is by a person with personal knowledge of the incident. And the third is that false complaints shall be subject to prosecution. So all three of those aspects are being removed from the CPRB ordinance. Those of you who are on the council, on the prior council, might remember that Katrina Kindle came to the council representing the CPRB on September 28th in 2020. And the CPRB had at that time made a specific request to amend the language of the ordinance to allow for video witness, not just first person knowledge, but a video witness. And there were a number of questions that were raised by the council at that time. And they had to do with, sort of the involvement of the individual who was in whatever incident with the police that gave rise to the complaint. What was their, did they have any say about whether this complaint could be filed on their behalf? What about multiple complaints about the same incident? Questions around the completeness of whatever, if in this case we were talking about a video, the completeness of that, the context for that, and so forth. This is actually the language that was struck from the ordinance, the FOP contract, and now the ordinance is actually much broader than that, because it just says, you don't have to have a first person account. So I think that what you'll see as we work through changes to the CPRB ordinance is there needs to be some more there needs to be some more consideration given to the kinds of issues that had been raised by the council back a year ago when the issue of a video witness was raised. So I just wanted to mention that we'll be working with the CPRB on that, because right now it's very open-ended and somebody could just say, my friend told me that this happened, and that could give rise to an investigation without any, anchoring facts. And so we've been having conversations over the last couple of years about making sure that the time, the investigation time was spent on complaints that were substantive, and that there's and significant actions on the part of the police. So I think there's more there, but for now you have the conforming amendments in front of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Mary Alice.
Thank you, Carol, for this. I'm not an expert in the state law by any means, the new state law, but based on my cursory read of what changed in our state law, it has to do with certain types of behaviors that misconduct, lying, sorry, not misconduct. There's a list of behaviors in that law that says you can have an anonymous complaint for that. So I guess what I'm saying here is that it seems to me like the update and the changes, at least that we have in front of us today, are broader than what is in the state law. Do you have any insight into how the state law interacts with the CPRB, that new state law?
Not at the moment, no. But we're going to be exploring that more.
I also didn't see anything about personal knowledge, nor the false claims and suit. But as I said, it's a big law, so I could have missed something.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for now, this makes sense. It's that in the administration of the ordinance, it can be problematic, particularly if someone decides to abuse the process. So there could be an awful lot of staff time spent pursuing, I don't even want to say, perhaps they would be well-intentioned efforts on someone's part if they thought that something had happened, but you can spend a lot of time investigating without a lot of facts around it and never actually create a body of facts that are significant enough to derive any conclusions from. So that's what I'm trying to say. If somebody just gives sort of a generalized complaint, we would still be obligated to investigate it, and it might come to nothing. So I think we want to give some thought to what kind of minimal information is necessary, given that we're shifting into this new territory in order to warrant or to provide enough substance for an investigation.
Anybody else? Okay, so are we making a motion to move this to the city council meeting next week?
That's what I would like.
James?
Yeah, I will make a motion to forward this to council with recommendation for approval on the consent agenda.
I'll
Great.
second.
Okay.
I'll second to open discussion. And if I
Open
could,
discussion now or,
yes,
okay, let's get a second.
I'm
on
saying I'll
James'
second.
motion. Okay,
I'll
you'll
second the motion so we can
Okay,
start
there you go.
discussion.
Now let's have a discussion.
Yeah. Okay.
Grace, go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to say that I understand that this is for an immediate thing to have congruity and compliance with the FOP contract side letter. So I understand this immediate thing, and I feel like there's also a lot of bigger picture issues here. It is interesting that, it doesn't have to be this way, that the CPRB never was required to be a bargaining piece in the first place. So it is interesting to, consider that a win when we didn't need to negotiate with restrictions on CPRB in the first place. That's a voluntary thing that I would like to see us not do in the future. It's also interesting hearing that, the state and federal laws may be requiring some of this as well. It just makes it seem how it was phrased that, it was not a win when we're getting a better deal on stuff that we didn't have to bargain with in the first place. And I would like to have a broader review and consider updates to the CPRB ordinance, addressing discrimination based on criminal record. I'm not sure if now we've locked ourselves into that FOP contract, so it's something we might have to wait until the next contract, or if we can move on it beforehand. But I would like to have discussions in the future and really review the whole situation and talk with CPRB and our human rights and equity officer and the public, and really address this as a bigger picture issue as well. Thanks.
Any other comments? Okay, I guess the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey, Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin,
Yes.
Ms. Colacetti,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Next ordinance is ordinance number 2021-09-042, an ordinance amending Schedule N of Section 23-193 of the Urbana Local Traffic Code limiting parking times on certain streets or public parking lots, specifically Urbana Avenue between Elm Street and Green Street. Is there anybody from Public Works that want to introduce this? Shannon?
Yep, that's me. I just want to make sure that we didn't skip the community development one about community partnership.
That's being rescheduled to October 18th.
Okay. All right. So basically the way our traffic code works, I have to present one of these in two separate things. I have to repeal the 2-hour parking with your vote, obviously, to put in the no parking restriction in the exact same location. So I'm going to talk about those two in conjunction with each other. They will be separate votes. The no parking one is in the next ordinance, but to split them up would make it a little confusing and kind of like, why are you doing this? So I'm going to share my screen and go through this presentation fairly quickly because we are running out of time. Chandra sat through the full traffic commission thing as our new commissioner, so she has seen this already. Oh, come on. There we go. As you can tell, I like to use all the Urbana colors. So South Urbana Avenue is not too far from the city building. It's right next to 200 South Vine that just got constructed. And in the process, it changed the landscape of Urbana Avenue. The street used to be very flat. I have some pictures in a second. And there was 2-hour parking that had been put into effect back when Lincoln Square was very hopping. There was a lot of parking in the neighborhood, and residents complained about people just parking in their neighborhood and taking up all the space. So many years before I started with the city, it became a 2-hour parking zone. Right now, the pavement itself is only about 20 feet wide. Typically, for me to build a new road, 28 feet is our minimum curb to curb. So this provides not a lot of space for cars to get through if you allow the parking on both sides of the street, which it is currently. Since we have the city building right near there, we have police and fire who do have to get down Urbana Avenue. Both Rich Searles and the fire department expressed safety concerns in the event they need to get emergency services through there. There's also drainage concerns because there was an open grade store manhole that could be in danger of being driven over by a car. They should be strong enough to withstand that, but you really don't want people driving over them anyway. And it also creates a lot of mud on the road, which is hazardous for cars, hazardous for pedestrians, hazardous for bicycles. You just don't want mud on the road. So this is the previous, what it looked, it was an empty site after Goodyear was torn down. The road, very open, a lot of room to park, wasn't a concern. This is what we have going on now. We have the edge of the road is eroding. I wasn't able to get pictures when it was wet, but you can see how mud would quickly develop based on this. You can see my city truck parked in this photo next to a car. That is not wide enough to get an Urbana fire truck through. So if you had parking on both sides, it's very tight. And you had this guy who was kind of doing a Subaru commercial parked up way on the slope. He's not the only one who did it. I just happened to catch a picture of this one particular vehicle. It's very opportune. So this is just the exhibit that's in your packet. The green was indicate 2-hour parking because green is the color of the sign. So what I'm proposing is we're going to remove that, and then we're just going to flip it to no parking that side of the street. So for this first ordinance is repealing that 2-hour parking under Schedule N of the traffic code, or the city ordinance, I'm sorry. And then adding in Schedule J, which is no parking, which is in the next ordinance. So let me just make sure. Yep. So my recommendation is remove the 2-hour parking and then change it to no parking, but you'll have to vote on those two separately. So I will not go to my next slide yet and end sharing for questions. There we go.
Mary Alice.
So I'm curious, why is this an issue now? Meaning, is this just now coming to the city's attention? Because we've always, why is this coming to us now? That's my question.
So it came to the attention, actually kind of way of our parking enforcement through Shannon Clark's office, through Becky Jones. With the new building, they had some issues with their parking lot that they had to fix, which caused them to bump residents out of their parking lot. And the residents all started parking in this 2-hour parking zone, both longer than 2 hours and then not very well. And so parking enforcement got involved and it got brought to traffic commission. And unfortunately, since we don't have a lot of staff overall, a lot of these things like this do have to wait for complaints either from other city staff or residents to write into us. So unfortunately, we just can't go around the city making sure everything is as it should be.
So higher density basically showcased that this was an issue. That's what it sounds like. Is that correct?
Yes, and I know Chandra had brought up at the traffic commission meeting because there's other 2-hour parking in the neighborhood, which both Rich Searles, mostly me, but he's just from a police standpoint going to look into seeing if the 2-hour parking further out into the neighborhood should be repealed too, because it's not a high density parking area and it might help spread things out so you don't have a lot of parking on one street. So, but that's still under review.
Thanks.
James?
Yeah, I went to look at Schedule J as a part of this. And it does not seem to be available on the city website. It says it's under revision.
Yes, Barb Steele is the keeper of that list, and she's trying to update it to get it up on the website.
Wouldn't we keep like an older copy of it there so citizens could review it while it's being updated?
I am uncertain of how the practice of that works. That was put into place, all the schedule put in place well before I worked at the city, and I'm not sure the mechanisms to keep them all up on the website.
I mean, it's been that way for like 3 or 4 months now.
Yeah, a lot of the website stuff is, while it is related to Public Works, it is not
Okay.
something I have access or control over.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Grace. Grace, go ahead.
Sorry, I was trying to get my mute button. Just wanted to quickly verify that there's still parking allowed on the other side of the street, correct? So just on one side of the street now.
Yes, just the side that had the changes in grades where it's no longer a flat parking surface.
Thanks.
Okay, can I get a motion to send this to the consent decree? Grace.
Sorry, I will move ordinance number 2021-09-042, an ordinance amending Schedule N of Section 23-193 of the Urbana Local Traffic Code, limiting parking times on certain streets or parking lots, Urbana Avenue between Elm and Green Street, to council with a recommendation for approval, consent agenda, unless anyone has a different motion.
I'll second that. Okay, Chandra seconds. All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Ms. Colacetti,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin.
Yes.
Okay, that motion definitely passes. Next ordinance is number 2021-09043, an ordinance amending Schedule J of Section 23-183 of the Urbana Local Traffic Code, prohibiting parking at all times on certain streets or public parking lots, specifically Urbana Avenue between Elm Street and Green Street, and Clark Street between Lincoln Avenue and Busey Avenue. Shannon, you want to talk about that?
Yep, we share my screen again. We'll go back to, oh, come on. There we go. So this is the map I just showed you all. Basically what you just repealed on the 2-hour parking, make it no parking, because it's just not ideal for safety, or the topography of the area, just not good for parking. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but where the Elm Street sign is written, that is to the right of the red line. That's one of the 2-hour parking ones I referenced earlier, which I'll be looking into, seeing if changing that to help alleviate parking congestion in the neighborhood, resident concerns. So that's still ongoing. Based on the last repealing of the 2-hour parking, I recommend for all the safety and drainage concerns to make this a full no parking zone. So which leads me into our next no parking zone. So Clark Street, where most people are probably familiar, they just built the gather on both the north and south sides of Clark Street, for just east of Lincoln. Originally, the gather had come to me to put in a loading zone. The loading zone never went in. However, in the process of this, Urbana Fire pointed out that where the building's facilities for fire apparatus and whatnot is located, we're going to need to actually take away some parking on Clark Street for emergency vehicles. Initially, given the power of Urbana Code 23-22 being the city's designated traffic engineer is appointed to me by our public works director, I could try a 90-day temporary parking experiment. If after 90 days I figured it worked, I would bring it to city council and have your or first traffic commissioner, then city council to discuss it. If it didn't work, I would just make it go away. I actually didn't wait the full 90 days because it is effective for safety reasons and fire apparatus. So I'm gonna currently see the gather in the left picture, the gather shuttle is actually parked right at the corner of Lincoln and Clark in my no parking trial zone. You couldn't even turn the corner without almost running in the back of it. I worked with them to not have them park it there temporarily because it is a safety concern. In the right-hand picture, you can see my little city car parked at the actual no parking sign. So there's no parking from Lincoln to that sign. It alleviates safety concerns for Urbana Fire and safety concerns coming around the corner. This is the exhibit in your packet. Our current aerials do not have the current building because it's too new. This was taken right after all of the houses were demolished. So it just gives you the distance from, and the way we measure them for ordinances is from the center line of the nearest road we're measuring from. So that's why the no parking zone technically goes from the center line of Lincoln 150 feet to the east. Yes, there's no parking in Lincoln, but that's just how the ordinances are written to give a definitive spot to measure from. This is a little better picture I sold from our Lincoln Springfield plans and put the red line in approximately the same distance. In the process of Lincoln Springfield, we're also going to change the shape of that curb, which further adds to why we shouldn't have a no parking, because we are actually narrowing the throat of the road a little bit there. So that actually forces any Urbana Fire to have to go into where it widens back out. So they need the space. This is very much for fire concern. And typically if we do a parking removal, if say a resident wants it, they have to do a full petition. There's a huge process. But if the city does it on safety concerns, it is a much more expedited process because we are concerned on safety. So for this one, this is a safety concern. And I strongly recommend making my trial no parking permanent. So, there are any questions on this one?
Mary Alice.
Yeah, so my main question is the Gather project was a PUD, right? But somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember that there was quite a lot of discussion when Gather was approved. And I thought that PUDs had to investigate parking and traffic. I don't know if anybody's here from community development.
It wasn't a PUD. It was a
I'm sorry?
It was a rezoning.
Oh, it was a rezoning, so it wasn't a PUD. Okay, so in rezoning, do we evaluate traffic and parking, or is that only the PUD process?
Go ahead.
There is a process where the city engineer, who currently is Tim Cowan, can, for any development, actually request a traffic impact analysis to see how traffic impacts an area. A lot of times, the development isn't large enough to really warrant one. We can do a pretty good quick check to see if we want a full TIA. The retreat had one, and the reason I know this because I wrote it before I joined the city. The Gather, I don't believe, had one, but they did fit all of the zoning standards for the on-site parking. They do have a very significant amount of parking. And what we found is a lot of people who actually park in that area either work at Carl or go to the university. Because if you go through there like on a Sunday, that street is empty. So.
Okay, thank you.
Sharice.
I guess my question is, is there a place on the Gather site for the Gather bus to park?
Yes, that was one of their one of the requirements when it was in development review was the shuttle had to park on site. They did push back a little bit, and that's how the whole loading zone started. We went through a couple iterations with that. We actually even had a design where it was going to be on the north side of the street and like a bump in. So like you actually like pulled into it. It'd be a loading zone that'll be open to the shuttle, Amazon drivers, food drivers, because the city doesn't have specific loading zones for specific people. They were on board with it. They had a design, or even the design, it met all ADA compliances. And then for some reason, unbeknownst to me and a right-of-way tech who was dealing with it, they did not build it. So I don't know why. They just didn't. So I actually brought that to you all.
So there's nowhere on that site then that they can park their Gather bus.
Well, they can park it. They just can't get people on it because the space is tight.
Okay. So how will they go about I guess maybe it's not a city problem, but how will they go about loading people onto, will they have to, do they have any, they don't have any place to park the bus either? I
Well,
guess,
it does have a designated shuttle parking space on their site. That was one of the city's requirements when they authorized the development plan. For the loading, I did have to chase it out of that not parking area because it was kind of causing a hazard. And they're allowed to park in any legal space. Like they can park it farther up where there's street parking. They can pull into their entrance and let people on right in their entrance and back out onto the street. There's both north and south sides, or they can pull on the south side and just let people on, do a loop around the parking lot, come back out. So they do have space. So it's why, again, like I brought the couple, I don't know, almost 6 months now, the loading zone to city council for approval because I had to approve that too. And we'll say they didn't build it, so.
okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, do I have a motion? Can we get a motion to send this to the consent decree? Great.
Move ordinance number 2021-09-043, an ordinance amending Schedule J of Section 23-183 of the Urbana Local Traffic Code prohibiting parking at all times on certain sides of the streets or public parking lots. Urbana Avenue between Elm Street and Green Street, Clark Street between Lincoln Avenue and Busey Avenue. To City Council with a recommendation for approval on the consent agenda unless otherwise motioned.
Second.
Okay, we've got a second. I'm supposed to allow for discussion. Are we, does anybody want to say anything? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes,
Ms. Colacetti,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 10:54. We have essentially 6 minutes left in this meeting. And we were going to have a discussion about gun violence with some special guests who have waited all this time. Anyone, Mary Alice or Diane, could you maybe advise what we should do since we've only got 6 minutes left?
Well, it
Yeah.
seems like there's two options, in my opinion. A, we continue the meeting to another time this week, or B, we reschedule them for a different date.
Okay. What do you think, Mary?
I don't have in order to reschedule a meeting, we'd have to announce it tonight to a date and time certain, and I don't know when staff or when we could do it this week. I think the best bet would be to schedule them for a presentation next week.
Okay. Well, I would be up for that. I would appreciate that. Can they be moved like to the front of the meeting, maybe?
If you
So this
add
doesn't
them,
happen?
yeah, if you add them to a presentation, they have up to 10 minutes in the typical presentation time for members of the public invited.
Grace?
Yeah, I agree. I think out of respect for their time, although it's already been waiting a lot, that we move it to next Monday, if that works for them, and move it towards the beginning of the agenda, not during public input presentations where they only have 10 minutes, and we hold them to that, although we don't hold other presentations to that. So I propose we just move the discussion item somewhere after public input and before other ordinances or business. Just move the discussion item up further.
I would agree with that. Okay. So,
wait, Chris,
yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
I think the other thing with presentations is it's the presentation itself that's timed, and not our time that we question and talk to the
Right.
presenter.
Right.
So I think that having it a presentation would be a good time as well, because we can still discuss the issue with the presenter afterwards.
Yeah.
And
What do you think of
typic-
that, Grace? We could ask questions.
Typically, there's a difference between presentations made by staff on behalf of the city versus invited presentations from members of the public. So there's a difference there. That's why, for example, the presentation tonight on the LPRs took longer.
So with that saying that they would be limited to 10 minutes for presenting and no longer, I think that we should not have them be part of the public input and presentations and have a separate discussion item just as we had planned. We're just rescheduling it, but just don't stick the discussion after all the business, put it before the other business.
Well, I believe we have a whole thing about how the order of our meeting goes. That's why I was saying presentation, because the order of the meeting is the way that it is. And so if we have it at presentation, then we can also discuss that item during that time. I don't know if
These are council rules. You can vote to extend time for them during the presentation if the council agrees to. These are your own rules. So, you have the
Yeah.
option of voting to extend.
We can always suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules. So there's that as well. We just need to make sure that each week we get the business of the city done that's required, that has to be done. So as long as you mind the time and we keep that in mind and plan the agenda accordingly, we should be okay.
Jaya.
So just being mindful of the time for tonight, I think making that motion to put them as a public presentation with the understanding that we do have the right to provide more time as needed. I think that's an important point of clarification, would be my recommendation.
How much time did you ask them to present for tonight? Who scheduled? Chris?
I
You?
did. They were going to try to keep it within 10 minutes.
Okay, well, that's
And-
reasonable.
But but like Jay says, we could extend if we had to.
That's right. You can suspend rules if you need to.
Okay.
In some conversations I had with them, I think they were planning on 20 because they had a few speakers lined up. 20 minutes, that is.
They did, Grace? They didn't tell me that. Okay. All right. Okay, well, why don't we say we're going to extend it if they need more time? Mary Alice.
I was just going to say, I don't think we need a vote to move it off the agenda to another agenda, and it is 11 o'clock. So you've got like 30 seconds.
Okay. So all agreed, Chandra, did you want to say something?
Yep, I was just gonna say I moved to adjourn.
Okay. I agree. Thanks, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.
Thanks.
Good night
Good night.
and good luck.